Yo, what's going on, people? Shout out to Grind, shout out to J40. Man, I was just like, I'm just gonna chill, do this little mod thing. Probably sit through some more sounds. And I heard Sigma streaming. No, but it's good, it's good. I was kind of debating that anyway. I'll take that as a sign. I'll take it as a sign. I'm getting my practice in, so if you notice the elevation, just know it's working. Yeah, that one, that's like my latest love right there. That one I call my resolve. I don't know why. It just feels like if you're going through something, that might be the the turning point. So I was like, all right, got it. Yeah, I've been working. I still got some stuff in FL that I haven't finished just yet, but I say it's like 90 to 95%. Like check this out. Let me turn that up a little more. Ride to this one. Yeah, I like this one. This one's tough to me right here. This one we started building yesterday. I forced myself to get on because I'm like, man, this is one of my like scheduled days, but I didn't feel like it. But I came in like late. It was like 10 or something, so I didn't stay on too long. But we managed to kind of pull something off there, so I was like, all right, cool, I'll take it. But it needs just a little bit more work to it as well. I like this. It's got a nice, kind of like a nice groove to it. What I need to do is I need to get back to the project. Oh, is this down? Hold on. Oh no, it feels like my stuff's just moving all the time. But hey, let's take this out. All right, here we are. And then I got this, we were messing with this yesterday. They have that like organ in there. Right, to have just like, it's kind of like in the back. right? Like just something in there, just like short, but it kind of complements what's going on there. I was like, I can hear it, and we had to go and search, and I found it, and this bad boy, which sounds pretty dope. So on its own, not as nice as some of the other presets, but with everything else that's going on, it kind of cuts through a little better, and you can hear it. So I went with that because it just right. That just it just sounds so good. Yeah. Um, what we can do today? Let's see. So most of these I've already like kind of bounced out, which I like, and I'm happy because usually I'll have a ton of them and they just remain ideas, and then I'll have a few where they're actually completed. Right now, it's starting to feel more like an 80% like completion rate, and I'm like, yes, let's go. So, all right, so let's. I was thinking this weekend I could shift the focus back to the um, community project, which is gonna have more of um, like video game flips. So I'm taking requests on any video game music. I've gotten some interesting ones, which I tried. I did my best. Like this one, it sounds cool. It's just I don't feel like it's there, right? This is from the like X-Men arcade game. So I was trying to. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't sound bad, right? But it just wasn't what I was expecting when I pulled it up. I was like, ooh, wait a minute. But I tried. I did my best. So got the bass in there. There's some electric guitars that come in a bit here, and it kind of changes up the pattern. Had to change up the drums a little bit, but I think it works. It meshes really well together. You hear that like yeah, I had to. It was dope. It actually works right here. But we got other stuff, right? So this comes from Sonic and Knuckles. There's a lot of Sonic music that people always request, but and we joked about this, right? It's always like the first like 3 or 4 levels in Sonic, and I was like, I think it's because nobody actually went anywhere with that game. Like they didn't make it past that. So I'm like, there's so much other stuff. What is going on? It's like the same few songs getting like redone over and over. And I was like, nah. I started flipping through, and I was like, you know what? We'll do something with Dr. Robotnik. So this is one of those, and I'm like, you beat him so fast. I don't even think you like remember the music too much. So why not? But I do have that, and I'll be working on putting more of that out, and yeah, I think that'll be okay because there's so much game music that I can do. I think that'll keep me going for a while. Let's So I wasn't here. Um, and I'm still, again, I'm still sorting out stuff because I got a lot of sounds to go through. But as I'm going through, I'm finding stuff, and this is gonna make it easier for me because there's over 144,000 sounds that basically I ended up buying. I didn't sign up for this, so it's gonna be a lot of stuff I gotta go through, but I'm doing bit by bit. But I'm finding some interesting sounds and things as well. I got everything, like things I need to make cinematic works. Like this is a cinematic library, but right, this just sounds really. But using this just sounds so dope, right? They don't have to know this is supposed to be cinematic. And that could turn into something completely different, right? Not even intended to be used so much the way I'm about to use it. But it sounds really, really, really nice, and I like that. I like that delay on it. I like the way that sound is. Yeah, I think that'll definitely help. So, you know what? Can we? Let's. Okay, that's fine. Let's put this here. I don't think it'll be too far, but no metronome. Got it. I think if anything, because I knew it was gonna stop there, I should have made it a little longer. But that's okay. And what I want to do is maybe shorten those notes, kind of like these over here. Let's see if we do something like this. So I think this is okay actually. And what we can end up doing is make a cut here. And I can just loop it as needed. Should make it a bit louder for you. I got you. That might be too high up. Oh wait, that was the wrong thing there. Hold on. Let's go in. Think we can get something underneath that might help out a little bit. If not, we'll put some Jones together and then come back to it. But either way, let's see. What is that? Kind of like that tone there. Okay, kind of liking that. Ah. There we go. I got you. I got you. I got you. something with it. Like as I'm playing, I keep getting some kind of like a stutter, and it's like messing with my playing right now. I don't know what that is. It sounds fine like that, right? And like as I'm pushing, when it starts playing, there's like this kind of like stutter in the notes, like as I'm doing. I don't know what that's from. All right, let's see. Let's go. Next one. Okay. Oh, I still got it record. I still got the notes here. Hold on. Sorry about that. All right, let's do it again. Okay, a little mistake there, but I'll take it. Um, the stuff at the beginning, we don't really care. And let's find where. I want to say it's here, but I could be wrong. All right, and because we got some like swing added to it. Uh, what? That just made me. Yep. See, extra note, extra note. So I'm gonna do something. Oh, all the way back. Okay. So over just a little bit. This comes in a little bit faster. Guess we can hold this. This. Don't know why it's not here, but and that's gonna give us our slide. This what is, you know, it's gonna be closer in this grid, unfortunately. I think I might want to do is put this closer to that. Nah, sounds better this way. And then this should get closer. Or not. Okay. I think these are going to be closer too. Nope, that's actually fine. Like that. And this is closer. Boom. I think we only need to get it. I don't know what just happened there. But it copied it over this way. Oh, probably because of this. Hold on. What is this towards the end? I think I know what it is. Hold on. So it's from the aftertouch. Got you. So for this, let's move here. That'll kind of fit with our loop, because this kind of comes in and this isn't like the start, right? This would be kind of more what you would hear at like the end. We're just playing that in the beginning, so it'll almost be like an intro, right? It just kind of starts, and then drums or whatever could like enter in right there, and then that's when it starts. So it's kind of off here, and then to keep that going, it messes with this, right? So cutting it off here and then having it swing back works. Even do this once and then just loop it, because I personally don't have another way that I'm going to play the bass. It just kind of repeats. So if we want, can remove that. That will allow us to move that. That can go here. Okay, I think I selected the wrong side there. All right. That can go here. That should take it to the end. Sure why this overreaches, but there, bam. So now we got a complete loop, and we can set our loop here. Well, I'll see why it's longer now. Hold on. Then we did that one. You got to do this one too. Hold on. Was it just me, or did it was it like barely over? Because it looked like it was lined up. I did something wrong, didn't I? What did I do? I got you. I got you. I got you. This is supposed to be a different section, so kind of. I got you. We're not going to talk about this. This is not to be talked about. I don't know what kind of cutting I'm doing today. Why is this? Okay, hold on. We're gonna fix all of this right now. Start it back. Okay, so here is too far somewhere. I got you. I got you. I got you. Take the whole thing out there. Okay. This one's a little. Okay, and then this comes in here. Got you. All right, so okay, so we're missing. Yeah, we could add that in there. So I think I still wanted to do the other way, but we can try this and see what we get. Okay, we're good. I could have sworn I had. What was that? I'm telling you, I think I had it too. Not talking about it. All right, so That should be okay. And then let's start with. See what we can get. Sounds kind of cool. That might work. I'm gonna start here. Check in, make sure we're all good here. That's perfect, actually. Let's leave it like that. Kind of, that might. Let's see what we get. It's a little loud, but outside of that, nah, we can figure out something else. Get something a bit more. Is on. That's a loud kick. So maybe towards this side where it's swinging to it. Trying to get like a basic framework here for it. No, not this one. Too far up. This one. Go back, go back, go back, go back. All right, so I'm gonna do a little work, and what we're gonna do is wrong thing right there. No, that's right. All right, so what we're gonna do now is kind of manipulate the, I guess not kind of, we're gonna manipulate the velocity so they're not all playing at same force. You'll notice that in a lot of music now. Um, Not too many people go in to do this, or say have like a MIDI drum set or something where these things are being recorded. So when they go to like paint them in, you'll just notice the lines are just always up here, and it sounds very robotic, right? Not very. Let's see. I knew something was off. I'm like, this line is but it's moving in, and we got it messed up here. But the goal is to basically try and create something that's got more movement and sounds more human, right? That's the goal. So if we leave everything at the same velocity, right? If I bring you back up, then it sounds like more robotic. Even though you can hear the swing, right? There's no, you can't get the feeling or the vibe that there's somebody, even though you see me, right? And we're not playing this on a drum set, right? If you never saw this and you heard the way that it was going, you would probably assume, right? Somebody did something, or maybe he used a loop, a drum loop or something, because this sounds too good, right? A lot of people would say that, but you could come in here and manipulate this stuff. I don't use the randomize feature because the randomize feature will just mess you up. Because it'll randomize the velocity, but you'll have more than likely notes coming up here and the notes coming like down here, but they're not that far apart. So I like to manually go in and set that move myself, right? Let's paint these back again. Yo, the Dark Queen in the building. Appreciate you stopping by. How you doing this morning? What's going on? I'm doing all right. We're trying to get something here. It's going. It's going. Had a little rough start, but we're getting somewhere. All right, so we can come here. Make sure we're at the beginning this time. All right, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring these down. You probably can or can't see it, but there are like multiple horizontal lines going here, but some of them are a bit brighter than the others, right? I'm kind of using that as, I used to do them like this, right? But it wasn't enough going to that first like brighter white line there. So I dropped it about halfway below that, right? So doing that, you could definitely hear the difference, and now it starts to kind of pop out. So I was like, oh, okay, I didn't do it far enough. Now it wasn't that it didn't work, but when I would listen to it, I'm like, something is still not there. And was watching another guy, good friend, on Facebook. He was doing his live stream, and he actually has like one of those like MIDI drum sets. Like he's done a lot of stuff in the industry and all that. So I'm watching as he's like playing, and I'm listening. And I'm like, that's the sound right there. But how quiet does it have to be, right? I don't have one of those, so how quiet does it have to be? And so there went me digging, and I found out about how far down I would have to go to get it to that sound. I'm like, yes, this is it right here. So thanks to him, we have slightly, shouldn't say slightly, we have elevated our head game. All right, so you kind of want to think of the groove. We don't want to keep it like this, right? It's just like a 1-2. You may, but I like more of like a 1-2-3-4 kind of thing. So taking this third one, right? So that first hit is the loudest, and then you have kind of more of like the ghost notes, right? And then bam. So after your 1-2-3-4, you go back to that being the loudest one, right? We're accenting um the one essentially. So I'm gonna bring that to that line here. So all of these, and so now it should sound something a little bit, and you'll hear it when it gets to, to the one. You'll hear that a lot harder, and then the other ones are just kind of, kind of trailing background stuff. So um, boom. Now you have, right? Now that sounds a lot more human than all of this at the same velocity, right? Even when I'm doing like trap beats, I still go in here and I manually adjust the velocity on them just so that it sounds different. You ever heard a drummer do like trap style drums like on a drum set? It sounds so clean. And then you listen to somebody who made a trap beat in a DAW, right? Or through their drum machine here, and it's not the same. It's like you gotta go in there and you gotta do it. I'll say I don't make too many of those, if I'm being honest. Um, I think you got a couple from that like first project that I did, but I don't find myself doing it. And it's just, I talked about it. I don't have a problem with it, but I have a problem with it. If that makes sense. Um, I think I went on like a low key rant one day. I won't call it like a rant. I wasn't like upset or nothing, but it's just to right to do stuff like that, or and as someone who's like, really like trying to get into, actually playing this thing, right? It's like that 2 bar progression thing. It's not bad, and it's been used in tons of songs. It's not even trap, right? Um, it's just, I feel it's overused. Um, Prince. Y'all remember the video? Prince was like, we're gonna get to a point where people are gonna start sampling the sample, right? That's how I feel about chord progressions. We started off, right? You could take your, let's say you take say you take your one, we're in C major, go to your 5, right? Go to your 6, go to your 4, right? It's getting to a point where it's like, okay, you're not sampling, you're not like taking somebody's song, right? But you're taking the chord progression and you're sampling that instead. So it'll be like, right? And it doesn't move, and I don't have a problem with doing something like that, or doing like a 1 to 4, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that, but it's like it doesn't change. It just stays the exact same. They make a loop, and then this loop plays for the entire song. Where does it change, right? um so that could be a 1. That's a C minor 7, right? That's in root position. That's an inverted C major 7, right? Then we can go to our 4. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But then they'll come back, right? And the whole beat just goes like that, right? You can add stuff on top of it all you want to, but the chord progression doesn't move, right? And the chord progression is supposed to tell the story, right? That's kind of like the musical version of storytelling, right? You want to take people somewhere, but when all it goes is from the 1 to the 4, right? Right, and this is all you're getting for somebody like me, I got a problem with it, right? Like, okay, maybe you can do this, right? All right, cool, that's fine for like 4 bars or whatever, right? But then after that, do something like change it, right? The ear after a certain period of time wants to hear something different, right? Listen to any song and you'll hear it, and after about the third go around, your ear is expecting to hear something different, and most songs, or at least commercial songs, will deliver because they know this fact. Most people don't, right? And it'll stay just like that. It will never change, right? You can try some things to switch it up, like adding in transitions or something, but then even that gets boring if the transitions are not constantly changing or doing something else, right? So somewhere you gotta there's got to be some kind of sacrifice, or like compromise somewhere. Okay, we're just gonna play the same thing. It's not gonna move, right? Give something. There needs to be drops. Take some things out. Um, get some effects or something that kind of catches the ear and just like makes it forget that we're doing the same thing over and over and over again throughout the entire song. So you could have a great track and people will listen to it, and after about 20, 30 seconds they're like, sounds good, but it's not invoking any sort of like emotion, like making them want to take action. Like, hey, yeah, I want to actually buy that. I got something for it, right? They're just hearing the same. It's just kind of more of a lull than than like getting someone excited or making them, think about something or whatever. So I feel in a lot of ways, and not just in music, a lot of uh, a lot of the feeling was kind of drawn out of it, right? So it was just more about thinking about it, right? So we can, here, let's just move it down like that, okay? So in your mind, you're going, it sounds good, but you're not really feeling this out, right? Because you could have like, and then maybe, right? And then you can come back to that, right? Right? Like that, that's the thing. That's the thing. And so when people are listening, they're like, okay, it sounds good, but they're not like wowed by it. They're not like impressed by it, right? And so I've gone through this. All right, I've been doing this music since like 2003, 2004. I started off as an artist. All right, I made my way into production. All right, audio engineering is my specialty. I could mix the hell out of a track. All right, um, and now I'm going up music theory because playing by ear, you only get so far, and you're only gonna get as far as what you know, right? So your knowledge kind of determines your limitation. I don't care what we're talking about. If all you can hear is the rest of the keyboard is going to completely kill you, right? Like you're just gonna be like, what is he? How is he doing this, right? Right? How is he playing that right now? And as you're watching, even if you see what they're playing, you don't even know what's going on. What key was that? What chords was that? What 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 is what is that? Right? Why does that sound good? So let me take this, and then that's what you end up doing, right? You hear something, it sounds good, and then you go to like try and play something else, and then it doesn't work, right? And so the the knowledge equates to awareness. So the more you know, and the more you're aware of, right? And the more you're aware, then more conscious you are about something, right? So I made that decision that I needed to learn more because there was only so far I could go. And lots of people were like, hey, look, you don't need theory. I took theory, this, that, the same. Like, you hear the same stuff. Put you in a box. Like, they'll sit there and they'll run it to you, right? But here's the thing. If you allow the heart, right? If you allow the heart to take the front seat, just once, just let it take the front seat. We're creating, okay? Let the brain take the back seat. I see what you're going for. Then let the brain click in and do the mathematical work, the logic work, right? You'll come out with something far greater than you would just trying to think it out. Because if you try and think it out, you don't get anywhere. And then you do like most people and you go to Google and you say, what's a good chord progression? They're just like, so you could do a 1 7 6, right? You could do a 1, you could do a 6, right? You go 1, you could do a 6, you could do 1, you could do 4, and they give you all these combinations, and you can play it. Sounds great, but you're not feeling it out because you could play something. Say, let's say, yeah, kind of like what I was playing before, right? So here's that 1, and then here's our 4, right? So it doesn't matter if you want to play it up here, same thing, right? So you're going, okay, I'll do like a 1 4, right? But as you start using your heart, right, as you start feeling that just don't feel right. They said 1 4, it works, like, right? And until the feelings get involved, right? And then the brain takes the back seat and starts letting the heart lead, right? And then you could say, okay, here's 1, here's 4, but I'm not hearing, right? The top notes are like your melodic notes, right? Everything else is kind of fills in. I don't hear that as being my top note, but I want to play this, right? So what do I need to do? You can feel around sometimes. Okay. Okay, there's a 5. That doesn't work. What about, oh shoot, that sounds good right there. It's not in the scale, this note, but it works, right? So I'm gonna take that, right? It works, okay? So you don't have to brain. It doesn't work, right? Then once you have that, play. Just keep playing it, and eventually stuff will start popping in your brain and be like, okay, you know what? How about how about you start it this way? Because it doesn't matter. It's still C E flat G. That's still considered C minor, so it doesn't have to be played like this, right? And then where did we go to? So that's our 1 2 3. Okay, so 1, and then what do we notice about this? Right, it has the same shares 2 of the same notes as this, which are these 2 notes. The only difference is here. So we start here, and so the only thing I need to do is change this note to this note, right? A lot easier to get to. Nice sound, right? Heart's like, I like that. The ear's like, I like that. The brain's like, okay, you cooking, right? There's our 4, and then there's that 5, right? And then once you have that down, start figuring out a pattern, right? right? Now you start playing with it because now you at least know what the chord progression is, and you can start to maybe fill in with other things, right? You can even take it further if you wanted to, but actually having like a 4 bar progression will get you a lot further than like a two, right? Even if so there's our C minor 7, but I'm gonna keep playing the C minor 7, right? And let's just walk down the scale and see what we get, right? Right? So you can hear this one chord, what it sounds like under different bass notes, and that actually starts to change what you're playing, right? You may not be aware of it, but that's what you're changing. So in the bass note, because the order of the notes matter. So when you're playing like this, then you're C minor 7. But when you play this, even though it's still C minor 7 up here, it's not classified as that. That's a whole new chord, right? So just kind of. And you don't have to play them together. Right? So you kind of fill it out, and that'll give you a whole lot more information than just trying to think it. Right? That's how you break free. Right? So anything that you do from one place can be replicated anywhere if you understand what you're doing. So a lot of it they'll tell you it's math, but that's it. And my rant is it's too short. It's too short. There's not enough. I get you don't want to just like cram it with a whole bunch of stuff. That's obvious. We'll be like, hey, that's too much in there. But um, there's more that could be done or added to a lot of the music that I hear, and it's not for me to necessarily judge because art is art, right? You do your thing. But the reason why I don't find myself doing too much of it is just it's that in order to do it, I would just have to keep myself, you know, just like in this narrow place. Now, some are more hybrid, and you can get some kind of emotional trap thing, right? There's like soul trap, there's all this kind of stuff, and I like that stuff, right? But that's something I need to level into. But at the core, just like basic, it's just like triad kind of thing. It doesn't move, right? I wouldn't even mind, like something. It just stops. Wow, wow, wow. Like it just stops and the whole thing just dun 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 dun. Where do we get like just something like let me know that we're going home, right? It's just you kind of like take a step like you're gonna walk outside, like you're gonna go somewhere, and you're like, nah, I think I'll stay inside. You close the door, and you're just like, this is it. This is the motion, right? Um, but yeah, kind of back to what he was saying. The sample's getting shorter and shorter. People thinking they're sampling somebody, but that sample has been sampled from somebody, which was sampled from somebody, and now we have remixes of old songs we like, which there's no problem with that. But then that sample's a lot shorter, and then you're like, I think the old version was better, right? Because it was longer. The samples were longer, right? And you enjoyed that journey. And then the newer stuff, it's shorter, and then of course the lyrics, everything just I feel like everything is just taking like it's just degrading the quality, right? Even I'm sitting here and I'm like, hey, if you have an interest in learning how to mix and get your songs to sound clean, all you gotta do is pull up. I'm not asking you to buy a course. I'm not like asking you to charge to nothing, because I understand when that stuff gets out there, right? There's a quality issue. It's like, okay, I can hear stuff, and then the bass will come in, and it's just mud in my speakers, right? It's just mud in my headphones. It's just, you know. Now, if you send it to somebody who's really good, knows what they're doing, they'll clean all that up for you. Bring it back, brand new track. But a lot of people are trying to do it themselves, and I get it, right? Maybe you don't have the money to do or whatever. Maybe that is a passion of yours, but there's work you have to do. There's no shortcuts. I don't know how many YouTube videos I've been under comment and stuff, like you can't take shortcuts. And I'll willingly give the information right there, wall paragraph. Too long, didn't read. I'll give it to you, right? Yeah, I feel like because no one's saying anything, stuff just gets worse. And until we actually start to say something, right, then nothing gets better. So I like it, and that's why I said I'm trying to move out more into like R&B and stuff like that. Because if that's what I gotta do, then I need to find somewhere else to be. If that's what I gotta do, I gotta find somewhere else to be. Right? So yo, I'm Orthodox in the building. Appreciate you stopping by, man. How you doing this morning? I believe it's evening for you, correct? So I'm starting this. I'm trying to get somewhere with it. Started kind of working on the drums to get like a little groove going. I like where it's headed. Um, don't know. Oh, 'cause that's the keys. All right. Oops. So I'm thinking something maybe like that. But there's already something kind of playing the progression, right? So if I'm gonna use this, I kind of wanted to. Just something where I could kind of play. But then again, if this is sitting in the back, I keep doing that wrong thing there. I guess it's not too bad. So I'm not exactly sure how I want to take that. I know what I can do, but I do want to kind of make it have a little bit more in there. like something like that I would be happy with, right? But just want to make sure. So we could do that. See, like not too much, but just to where, because this is already kind of just like playing that, right? So it's already playing the like the chord progression, and even though this is, oops, I don't want to just like necessarily follow it. Right, just to have something else in it to kind of help carry. That could work too. But maybe something like that. Okay. So maybe something like that. Ah, my brain died on me. But I like it. It's got like a nice little. That's what I won't say I'm going for something so much chill, because with the beat, right, I'm still trying to keep it somewhat upbeat. But yeah, I would say melodically, it's more of a got more of like a laid back kind of feel to it. Um, Really, for me, perfect would just be as energetic as possible. Um, so but I like this one. I feel like it's got quite a bit of energy to it. This isn't bad either. But I feel like these days the music's gotta have like at least a little bit of extra energy, right? And then like trying to find things to keep like adding, throughout it, or things that can come out but still make the idea work. So having like several ideas, basically combine into one, and then just kind of break it up throughout the song. That's my challenge. Even stuff like this, like just little things just kind of popping in, right? It doesn't have to be like a full-on, melody, but just something to kind of but also trying to make sure everything, like the drums, everything is about as energetic as I could get them. Um, Starting to lean into percussion a lot. Percussion's been kind of clutch, I'm not gonna lie. The percussion has been kind of clutch. So you love that one? Thank you, I appreciate it. This is my new baby right here. So I don't know why. There's so many uses for this. Again, just trying to find some way, even if the melodies are doing whatever, the percussion is constantly changing, right? There's something here to kind of take your ear off the fact that this thing is, because if it's too plain, you'll get tired of hearing it. I'll get tired of hearing my own beats. I got stuff like that. And then they're like, how come you don't put that one out? Because it's boring. Don't tell me you like boring. I will cut you off. Hiya, it's over. You what? Oh no. This won't work. This won't work. So just having those different elements coming in and doing stuff takes your attention off the fact that you're just listening to a synth right now. Because there's other things going on, right? It's just a synth and piano. There's only 2 melodic instruments in there, and the rest of it is percussion and drums. But that's what I was saying, like something. Cause if you just let that thing just go like that by itself, cool, your brain says it sounds good, but you're not feeling it. So you gotta have these other things kind of come in. Start going around telling them, like, what kind of beats you make? I make heartbeats. There we go. So the more that I'm able to get into this, which is why you guys probably don't see me so often, right? Of course, there's life, but someone would be like, oh, this sounds good, and you could. This would be fine. The entire song could just be right. But what happens if you just right? Another element comes in, makes you completely forget that this was a thing. Right? Then it just comes in. Right? Makes you, by the time you come back to this, you're like 30, 45 seconds in. By the time you do that like 3 times, you're out. The song's over. You're like, let me hear that again. I like this one part, but you gotta wait for it to come around, right? Like, that's my favorite part of the movie, right? You gotta wait for it to come around. And that's what I'm finding the fun in. So just trying to find ways to I could cry. I could cry. I could cry. That's all I'm saying. So that's it. Just kind of add that in there. Give it a little movement, and then maybe even come in with, I don't know why I keep doing this. Here, let's remove that. Let's clone this. Okay. Then maybe, I don't know. One of these days I'm gonna go through this library like in its entirety and just like see what I have, but for the most part, what I like about this is it's broken. Sorry. What I like about this is it's like broken into sections. So you have a section where there are like tempo synced loops, and they're all playing the one shots. So I can like see it lighting up on my keyboard where it's like triggering them. Then you have your one shots here, and then you have like these like rolls. So as long as I hold down the key, so you can construct your own if you want to. You can also have those like fills, right? If you wanted it to, right? And then you can go from there. Or if it's just not your thing, right? And sometimes I'm like that. I don't have an idea, or I'll use it to try and like get a vibe of like the way it's playing against it, and be like, okay, certain sound, and I'll go seek it out, and then I'll play them back. So these are more, I want to say, without the bigger like bass heavy instrument. It's just got more of the smaller. So again, it becomes useful, right? Where you can just listen to like that was dope right there. Something like that is dope. And then again, I could always look at my keyboard and see which notes it's being played, and then I could go and then play my own rhythm if I want to. At least I have the sounds. I'm like, these sound nice, so now I just need to work it. right? So just to have some other stuff going on. A lot of times you'll see me when I'm building on drums or try and add extra stuff in there as well. Not just putting in the close hat, right? I'm trying to get hi hats in there and like different stuff. And so really just try and fill it in and make like a groove. Because like I said, once you have a lot of this stuff in there, breaking it down, because you're building your loop right when you start off, but once you get it together, then it's easy to just kind of go, okay, let's spread this here. I want this, right, all of this to play, for X amount, and then I want to remove this, right? So then you get to the arrangement of the song, but at least you have everything that you wanted to hear in that song. And so you can kind of focus on the arrangement. And then after you arrange it, there might be a section where you go, you know what? All right, I think I'm gonna add like a bridge or something, and then you could go and try and do that. But it'll be like little things at that point, right? The bulk of it, right? At least the idea, the main part of it is completed, and you can decorate that how you will, and then you can start thinking about little things. Let's put a drop here, or maybe right here I want to just add like a quick little something that's not found here nor there in the song. Just different stuff like that becomes minor. So if you ever hear me say like a song is like 90-95% done, the idea that's there, and now I'm just looking for little things to kind of put in there, and that's it. So yeah, it in reality, it's gonna take some time, right? We could build something in 5 minutes, but then when they're like, okay, it's done, I finally uploaded it, you end up hearing some extra stuff that wasn't in there in that 5 minute work, right? It's just the way it works. Well, leave it to me to do that. All right, so let me get this. Let me at least get this in. Too fast. Oh, we're not even there. We'll get that. We'll get that. All right, come on. Okay, so we'll leave out the seventh on it. I guess we could do it like that too. My thing is, okay, but that's gonna end up being it's gonna end up being like right here. Wait, whoops. All right, it's gonna start here, or not. Okay, so This will be it. It's right next to it. I like that. I like that. That works. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. Here we go. Brain went blank right when I started. Okay, that's a little too fast. Okay, got you. I got you. Couple of hiccups, but wow. I'm not gonna talk about it. So, this whole first chord didn't make it. Thank you, latency. All right, so let's do this. Actually, we just need to take this. Why do I feel like we could maybe do it like that? I'm fine with that. But it should be together. More like this. But even then, that seems like I did it. It seems like it's a little too fast. Like I shouldn't be on the grid like that. Oh, I think I know why. Cause the swing. There we go. The swing of it is making it feel like that. But that's actually kind of cool though. All right, and then what we're gonna do is, here, let's move this over, and then what we can do is select all, and we're gonna pull up the strum tool here so we can kind of, right? I need to get that to, hold on, make sure we're there, then play. Whoa. Pull it back a little bit. Okay. No problem there. Now with this, I think the way it's sitting is good. Little kind of maybe that's what I thought, right? Back to the drawing board. So let's pull this back. I feel like someone's running a little too fast. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, and I notice here these are just a little bit. And we'll fix that in a second. Okay. I think we're right there, and what I'm gonna do is get this just a little closer. 1, 2, 3. You know what? I didn't. That's okay. For some reason, I thought I had I just did the strum, right? But I'm looking at it and none of this is together, which means I either cancel. I did something, but it's not there. My changes aren't there. So it's definitely a me problem. But what I'm trying to do right now is at least so for this one, I want to repeat like what I'm doing here. Actually, we can make that a little easier. So all right, and again, it's just that all right. So again, it's just that goal of it not being exactly like the other sound is playing. Like I don't want it necessarily to like mimic it exactly. So that's why we got some other stuff going on there. Just kind of add a bit more to what's going on. Right, and then of course that just kind of stands out on its own, so we let that be. Um, so this basically to kind of mimic the I wish we had that like instant sustain, but we don't. So in this case, just have to hold them out a little bit more, closer to, because like as it's playing, right, and then I'm just kind of right, but still holding them down. So we're gonna mimic that here, and then you should be okay. It's a little high, but that's okay. Yeah, so I'm fine with that. Let's try this again. Should have spread this out a little more throughout the beat, so. That's fine. We just want a little, right? Again, get off the robotic thing of everything being right. We won't even play like that. So you might even get close, right? But it's usually not. Like when your hand drops, it's just sometimes it's not gonna always be perfectly every single note comes down, right? So by using the strum, even though it kind of, more like a strum kind of thing, that's fine. It's just they're not all playing together. That's pretty much the goal. Right, you can just hear that as it's not every note necessarily, but some of those like further notes or the last notes that are out there are the ones you hear kind of being played last, right? You'd have to like really sit here and focus to try and get that, or like be slamming down on the keys to get it to sound together, right? But when you're just not normally playing, right? It's just not how it is. So again, some more work that you put in, but in the end, it makes it sound a lot better. All right. So this sorry, the way we kind of did this, the timing of it, so I've been kind of cutting and pasting things. Even if we wanted to, here, let's see. This one's a little different, right? Which we can insert, but this starts on. Okay, I didn't select a kick. It's because I clicked on pattern. I didn't select the kick, but we started playing kicks, so. So the way this one starts is it actually starts on A. And then it comes back till it gets to F. Right? And then we're just kind of playing F. And then we loop back to that G, right? And we keep playing that. And then at some point, there's that little change, right? You could even say that's still F, right? Let's see. You could even say it's still F. You can call this what would this be, an F major 9? Because the F is right here, F, A, C, E, right? This would be a 7, 8, 9, right? But if you remove it, all you have is A, C, E, which is A minor, and then you're a 7 here, right? So you could think of it as an A minor 7, but if you're listening to the groove here, right? We've been in F, just kind of cruising, and then, right? So, really, just adding this. It's one of those things where it gets kind of where it's like it doesn't matter. It just sounds good. You can say it's an A minor 7 and you're right. You can say it's an F major 9 and you'd be right. But I guess it would depend on what's being played in the bass, right? So if the bass is an F, then yes, we're for sure gonna call this F major 9, right? But if we play our A in the bass, then it would definitely be an A minor 7, right? But it still sounds kind of similar because it still consists of like the same notes, which is it's kind of cool, right? It's kind of cool. Yo, Chris. Okay, hold on. I wanted to make sure I was saying that right. No, what? All right. It's Chris Mall. All right, I'm gonna leave it there, right? Because my brain is now trying to overthink that. Chris, appreciate you stopping by. How you doing this afternoon? Yeah, we might slow that part down a little bit, but I like this in the intro. And I guess you can still leave that there. Kind of like an intro, and then it can just let's see. Could go towards the end. Just trying to think of some like different ways that it could play, right? I do like this one, right? So we could maybe put that here. Let's figure out what we're gonna do with this. How did that get loud all of a sudden? Oh, okay. I was like, what? That was the problem. There we go. There we go. A little more swing to it, right? I think that did it. All right. Now, a lot of the times I see people do this as well, and it's what I'm doing right now. So they'll have this, and it comes in, right? And that's cool, but we can still hear this playing. And why is that? Why is that a big deal? Right? Why is that a big deal? Because whether it makes this sound or whether it makes this sound relies on a pedal, right? Which either opens, that's why it's called an open hat, or it closes it, right? So when it's open, you're not going to make this sound a closed sound, right? Which means for the duration that it's playing, can't have anything playing there. It will completely throw everything off, right? It will completely throw it off. So you gotta leave that breath for it to do what it has to do, right? Right? Here's a pause. That's it. That's it. Because it opens, and when it opens, you're not getting a closed sound anymore. You're getting that open sound, right? So you gotta erase those. You gotta get rid of those and leave that pause, right? And then it has to close before the drummer hits it again, right? To get the closed sound. So you gotta give it time for that duration. If it's a longer open hat, then you're gonna have to take out more of your closed hat to make room for that. But the timing of it is everything, right? Here, just a second. It's always the bill collectors. Says spam risk, I'm not answering. This is 140 already? Alright, cool. Alright, here we go. So yeah, that. Just make some room for it. I'm gonna put another one in here as well. That's all percussion stuff. I kind of like that. So we can add this, right? Does it have to play right here? It doesn't. And then we could put another right here, right? I like this one. It's a bit more, right? More open. It's loud, I know. Actually, let's go and set these in. Um, Kind of get it to with the rest of what's going on. Okay, I was okay. Actually, no. Whoa, 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 whoa. So more this way. All right, got you. So when I'm working, right, or creating, I try and keep everything centered, right? Of course, in the end, it's not what you want, but to kind of hear things, um, I'll say properly, right? I like to center all of it. So since that was already panned to like the right, that could throw it off for me and be like, oh, we need to make this louder, right? Then when we get to the end, we're like, oh no, it should have been quieter. That actually fit. Now that you're moving everything around, so I like to keep everything center. So since that was already to the right, I panned it to the left until I got that sound to center. Till I seen the left and the right were about as even as I can get it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Don't kill yourself doing that, but get it to where it's at least very very close, and then keep going. Then when you get done, if you want to go do some painting, like go ahead or pull out a tool, do your painting that way. But in the beginning, I like to keep everything centered. I think even this one's got a little bit, just a little bit. It's not too bad. All right, volume a little bit more. Okay, okay, okay. Now we can remove this. Thinking all that balancing we were doing, I added this, and I never really. I don't know if I would use these strings in particular. Maybe like for the I don't know if I want to play them together like that or just. Don't mind me. Let's see. That might be kind of cool. But it might be. Trying to think of what range I want to put that in. Guess we can use here. It's fine. Then I don't know if I would do it that way. I think I like this way better. I like it that way better. Let's do this. Record it. See how we feel about it. Alright, so let's take. that note, but so let's fix this because what happened earlier is somehow this had my limiter on it and not my master track. So everything or certain, I gotta put it, whenever I would click here, which I usually don't, but on times where I'm like moving too fast and I just like miss this, the music would get louder, and I was like, what is that? And so I'm looking around, and it turns out that I have my limiter in the wrong place. So now that I switched it over, everything else is a lot lower than it should be, because again, I'm not gonna talk about it. All right, but let's go back and let's fix that actually. A little bit. I could work with that. To this stuff. A little bit more. All right, I feel better now. That's what this was. Oh no, we're just... Let's see what we got here. Too busy. That's a little too busy for me. Yeah, I feel like that might not be the one. Hold on, hold on. I can think of some tracks this would be perfect for. I can think of some tracks that would be perfect for. Need something just a little bit, you know? Not really feeling that texture on it, right? Yo, Vanilla Ninja in the building. Appreciate you stopping by, man. How you doing this afternoon? So, maybe a little low for right now. I might have to play with that one a little bit. I definitely want to get some percussion in it, so we'll definitely do that. And I got some stuff here that might be okay as well. Where is it? It's over here somewhere. Stuff over here. Got more stuff too, but I kind of like that. That could work. I like the sound of this for sure. These two kind of go together. But I like, because I have this, I like the fact that I can get stuff that'll actually like flow together, and it doesn't sound like two different pieces just slapped together, right? It's one instrument or a group, right, that belong together, and then they're playing and doing stuff, and that's. That's cool. It's not like a hard hitting thing, but that the ringing from the tambourine, or at least it's not called a tambourine, but it looks pretty much like one. All right, the ringing from it I like against the the rest of this. I don't know why that looks like some kind of standing something and not. That looks more like I would say it's more like a large tambourine. I don't even know what this is, but you can see the little. Right, it kind of resembles, but the reason it's standing up, and it makes me wonder why. And then you can hear the kind of like the banging on it. So you're like, this has to be bigger than a tambourine. This thing is probably like sitting up, and you're probably just like, as you're smacking it, it's ringing and doing all kind of stuff. That's actually kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie. Now that. That's actually not as bad. I'm trying to get something that's like. It doesn't even have the. It's really light. You just hear more of the body. This is actually pretty dope. I wish I had a place that was big enough to hold every instrument in the world, just so I could toy around with them. I'd be in my own little world. You wouldn't see me for years. I would emerge with more gray hairs than I already have. Like, look, I have achieved enlightenment. What's up? Why does it feel like that's the crazy part. I can't find a one shot that just has see, that just has to be a oh man. maybe. I'll fiddle around with it later. But that definitely, I'm really liking that, and I wish I could make that work. Me still trying to make it work after I said I'll try later. Alright. That was a fun instrument though. We might end up going with the rhythm, but I'm trying to hear. Let's see. Actually, that's probably a better idea, just to hear it against. I ain't got a lot of that one. That reverb is too much. Turn it off. Alright, the reverb and the delay. Maybe not. With everything else, it made it sound good. It was too much. It was too much. See, maybe this isn't. Okay, great. I didn't clear all. Don't do me. Oh, that's right. It doesn't go down that far. All right, so. Right, something like that. Yeah, I like this one. This one kind of singing. All right, so let's oh, right off the bat. See what I'm saying? We just so let's just go ahead and run with that one. And again, I appreciate all of you who watch videos on Complete and people tell you didn't need this, right? I appreciate all of you. Where else? Right? On demand. Sounds like Robin Thicke, huh? You better learn your 251s. That was it. It was a hit song. 3 chords. And no, there's no piano like VST you're gonna pick up that's gonna what am I trying to say? Well, there's not too many, right? That is gonna sit here and give you that much personality, right? You can even get one where it sounds like really clean. You can get it where it detects your movements and tries to slide. We can switch between it being open, right? We can have muted, right? You can find a lot that will do that, right? But how many actually have a ton of rhythms? That's all this is back here. There are rhythms. You can record in your own if you would like and make that as a rhythm, right? But all of this you're seeing on both sides, it's all rhythm. It's all something. It could just be tapping on the body of the guitar or whatever, right? From everything to a different kind of way you want to play. And then you find something that you like, you add it, and then you hold the key, right? So that it's highlighted, and then you press a key or a group of keys, and it will play in that rhythm, right? So no more, oh, I like the way this loop sounds, but I wish I could actually do more to it, right? Right? Like you could just go crazy with it. And I like it. I like it. The stuff's expensive, yes. But when you actually realize what you can do with it, you never you never like get bored. There's like always something to do. Always something to find. And then you just go because it's gonna take you about another 2 weeks just to get comfortable with just to get comfortable with it. Right? So and then you can select, okay, you can select multiple rhythms, so you don't have to play this one way. Maybe in the chorus you wanted to play this way, or maybe in the verse you wanted to play this way, and then maybe when it gets to the other section, right, you want it to change and you can have another rhythm that you like that fits with your song ready to go. And so now you have, you know, now you got variety in the way this thing is playing, And of course, you didn't play it yourself, but with the help of uh, this library here, we got it, right? Done. So I like it. So, uh, oh, because I got it unmuted. Yeah, I actually don't mind that. So something that simple. Yo, name not found. Appreciate you stopping by. How you doing this afternoon? So something, at least for me, right? So I'm just switching between two keys. And I'm letting this kind of do most of the work, but it beats having to scroll through a ton of samples, trying to find what's in my key, trying to find out what actually fits and if it sounds good, and then having to ultimately settle for something that is close but not quite what I would like it to be, right? So maybe like the rhythm of it, but maybe it's playing some other stuff. Or maybe you wanted to play some other stuff, right? Then to be able to go in here and change the voicing, right? So the way that it is set currently is on voicing, is it voicing one? So it's just playing the root, right? Right, but you could come in here and change it, right? And then, so I'm just holding down one note, it's playing that note and the fifth, right? But you could also do voicing parameter, which is also as played. And so since in this case it's only our voicing one was just the root, but there are others where it will play like let's say we do this. Here's our 1-5. Let's say we're doing C minor, and then the 3 will be up here at the top. So it doesn't play 1-3-5. It plays 1-5-3, which sounds more like a guitar, right? Like that's something. But on a keyboard, that's a reach. All right. See the way my fingers, right, to try and reach that, or I can use my pinky. It makes it easier. That's as far as I'm reaching. And a lot of people don't have a huge hand like I do, right? So what if you were trying to play some other notes in between there? You're just stuck like this now. You can't even really do anything. So this kind of, makes it a little bit easier to do, and you can set those voicings. But if you set it to as played, then the way you play it, so we put everything close together, that's how it's gonna play it, right? Which might be strange to a guitarist. Like, you play all those notes close together. I got this string and this string, and, right? It might not be like that. So, but you always have that option. So, yeah, I'm just basically switching between this and then switching between that note as it plays the Right? So we're just taking that half step up from C to C sharp, but having it play that rhythm. And that's something I cannot mimic on a keyboard, right? I can't, even if I, it just sounds weird. So I love Complete for that. And yeah, those of you now with the program, we salute you. Here we go. Yeah, I figured it was gonna always count on latency. All right, here we go. So all we gotta do is fix it, and then where was it? Down here. This is our key switch, which tells it to play that pattern. So like this might be playing a little too fast now that I'm listening to it, but not bad, not bad. Let's see. Maybe do a little more. So once it gets here, I'm trying to. Okay, so it'll actually stop. Okay, so darn it, I should have went back. Go here. Let's go to our history. Make this smaller so I can see. And let's start dialing back a little bit here. You want to keep it like that at least. And then we'll take perfect. Do I want it here though? This I might go searching for some other some other rhythms and see if I can get something that got a little bit more like groove, but not as quick as that is playing. but it's there. I like it. I just feel like it's a little too much, a little too quickly. It's not bad. It's not bad sounding. And then get this in with the percussion right here, and I'll be happy. I'll be happy with this. So something a little different. Let's put this under. So for those of you that are new that are watching, um, I mostly do like hip hop, but I'm currently teaching myself jazz. All right, because I eventually want to like get into R&B and do like neo soul, but I don't really. I don't know music theory. Put it like that. I guess you could say I know basics, right? From playing by ear. So, but like I don't really know. Like I need to know more, right? If I'm gonna start getting into that. So um I'm going down that journey, and as I'm doing that, it's kind of helping me. But it's also things that I'm playing. You're like, how are you gonna use that in hip hop, right? And it's not saying you can't, because you can create loops. I've done that a few times, created my own loops and took them, I've chopped them, and then we've run that back, put drums under, whatever, right? So you might hear something and you're like, huh, all right. So so I wanna also be able to kind of do that as well. So but the goal, at least short term, is to be able to do like more R&B. Neo soul, I feel like that's going to be a little more advanced because that is involving, a lot of use of like chord extensions, and I'm not that comfortable yet. My two-handed playing is absolutely atrocious. All right, I still got one wrong. I still got one finger, all right, on my bass. I can do two, but I feel like I have to like think too hard to do it. And again, it's just practice, getting the muscle memory kind of thing in. But I understand it, and then to have to go into doing three, absolutely not. But going down the jazz path, that's where it's gonna put me at, right? So I'm gonna end up going through all that anyway, and so I actually get better and I'll be comfortable with it, and then doing stuff like that won't be so much of a problem because it's not so much the chords. You could definitely just play it outright, no problem, right? You could just say, "Oh, we'll just take, you know, D minor and we'll just spread it out, like so, right?" But everything is right next to each other. You think people are really sitting up here playing like this? No. So some stuff is, omitted from up here. Some things might be filling in down here, right? Or whatever, like however they're gonna do it, right? And so there's a way you can kind of do it. You got drop twos, you got drop threes. They all mean different things, and you take these notes and you shift them around, and it gives you more of like an open sound, right? So all the notes are, doing something like you could have, let's say, let's say this is C major 9, right? So you could take your 1 and 5, right? Because you're probably gonna play that in the bass, and you could just omit that. Okay, so what are you left with? Now you're just left with this, right? This sounds more open, right? Because it's more spaced out. The notes are spaced out. That sounds a whole lot better than playing it all together like this. It's not that it's bad, but because they're closer together, those frequencies and stuff like that, right? So it sounds together. Like you can hear the closeness in, those notes. And, 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 so can hear the distance in those notes. So when you play it, it sounds very clean, right? And that's just the spacing of things. And that's pretty simple, right? All I did was take out the root and the fifth and play it an octave lower, and whatever was left, we're still playing, right? So you could do that stuff. Where we at, wrong note, right? So there's stuff you could do, and I'm learning all of that, and the the knowledge behind that, why, blah 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 blah. But I'm not going. I don't have a teacher, or at least my teacher are these books back here. All right, so going through, reading, practicing, drilling in stuff that I need to learn, right, to be able to make that stuff happen. All right, and this is taking a while. This isn't like, a few days or a couple weeks and I just had this. I had to really like drill this stuff in. Right? Really had to drill that in. That's only half of it, right? Now you have to do the other half. Right? And this is doing 2, 5, 1 progressions in all 12 keys. Right? Whatever, I messed up. Should have been perfect. But that's that. Like, I wake up, and that's one of the practices I do. Another practice is drone improv. You take your 1 and your 5, and you play. Right? This can get very boring very quickly, just staying like that and playing. But the goal is listening to the notes, right, against your tonic chord, right? Or essentially, in the grand scheme of things, listening to chords being played over different notes. So just because we're playing C in the bass doesn't mean we have to play a C major chord, right? Or just because we're playing B in our bass doesn't mean we have to play something, B like, right? But you can. There's nothing wrong with it. But what happens when you decide to... So, what is that? Because this is an E, but this is a B minor 7, and there's no E in the B minor 7, but this also sounds good. Right? Watch this. There's a C minor 7 over the F. Right? Right? Okay. Where is it? Find it. It's not there. But it sounds really good together, right? So, playing and finding things you can there's no D here in this A minor 7. When you look at it, right? So sometimes things that you play, right? Sometimes things that you play sounds really good without having the root in the bass. Or at least the root in your right hand, right? Depending on, because again, going here, right? Oh, 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 oh. Right, but let's say we were going to extend it. Now the E shows, right? So not all the time, because we're playing. Whoops. Hold on. There we go. G major 7. But not all the time does it have to have the root in the bass, right? Or if that is there, then not all the time do you have to play, right, the root in your right hand along with it, right? Take a look. Okay. So what we have here is G minor 9, but we don't play the bass in our right hand, or at least up. We separate it. Okay. One note. Okay. I believe this would be is it a 13? Be a 9. Okay. So we're going from playing, okay, but we're not playing G up here just because, right? Sorry. Right? And when this level starts clicking for you, stuff starts getting real, right? When you start getting comfortable with that, okay, I'm playing the A here, doesn't mean I need to play A up here, right? Since A is already being taken care of in the bass, let's just skip to the others, and now I can get an A minor 7, all right, with just 3 notes in my right hand and 1 in my left, just by shifting. You make note, when A is in the bass, you play a C major on top, right? Because that's the same thing. Still a C major, right? So you get used to that, and you can walk down the scale and see what notes are being played with what. This is also goes into a video I saw called Reharmonization 101, right? Where if you just, with the scale, don't matter what scale you're in, take it down 2 degrees and play the same chord. It's definitely a different chord, but you also get a different sound now, right? Right? Now it doesn't sound like, right? If you keep that as you're playing progressions, you might notice something pretty interesting. So, like, let's say we do that, and then, okay. So now what we're playing, if you think about it, it's A minor 7 to an F major 7. right? But that's still a C major. You just gotta hit the bass. So you're reharmonizing C major to not sound like this. Now you're getting whoops. Wrong. I'm on the wrong thing there, right? So you can come up with some interesting melodies just by changing. Or, what do I have here? I guess that's how we did that, right? But you can, just by that simple move, you can kind of change things, right? So instead of going from C minor to B major to A flat major, right? You're actually starting on A flat major, but now you're playing A flat major 7, right? Then when you go to play B, you're actually we gotta start with the bass first. So you're playing a G minor 7, right? Into an F minor 7, sorry. So you're playing the F minor 7, G minor 7, A major 7. Without the bass, you're playing C minor, B major, A flat major, right? And so it's an easy way of something that you're used to playing to get a completely different sound. So let's see. Right, you can even maybe change that up. Let's see. I don't like the sound of that, but right, it gives you something completely different while still using the same chords that you know and love, right? 1, 2. Right? So really quick thing that you can do, and it helps a ton. Right? Like I said, I got music with that stuff in it as well, but that's like at a basic. And then like I said, with the drop twos, threes, whatever, that starts becoming more advanced like harmonization. And the logic behind all that, I don't understand. I know what it means when they say drop three, right? Like I can go, okay, third highest note, take it, drop it in the bass. All right, cool, got it. But what's kind of the logic? What ends up happening? Does it change to a different chord? Because now the orders change, that kind of stuff. I don't have that yet to be able to share with you guys. However, I could at least share the basics, right? Um, Learn your scales, learn how to form a major minor. Once you do that, the other modes are basically mixed between major and minor. They're not used as much, but they are used, right? To go back to pull from the rant I had earlier. Okay, everyone's familiar with that sound, but that comes from third mode, right? That's Phrygian. And the way you can tell Phrygian, right, is you take a minor, because it sounds minor, right? Then it has has kind of a major to it. Um, what you can do is take your minor key, natural minor, find your second note, and flatten that note. Take it down half step. Here. Now play the scale back. Right? By itself, it sounds a little weird. And that's okay, it's supposed to. Now, how do you form chords, right? We know, or you should know if you've been watching videos. Now, everyone's trying to give out the secret. But I had to comb through some time back when, through maybe 30 videos before I ran into a guy. And yes, he was. All right. It's a black guy. He was cool. He was talking, and he's the one that said it, and it clicked for me because all I knew is what I could hear, and it's like if you know the scale, then you can form every chord in the scale because it's only every other note, right? Nobody else was saying that at the time. Now everybody's out like just trying to whatever, but that's it. So every other note. So we will play, skip, play, skip, play. That's our one chord. Play, skip, play, skip, play. Right? Doesn't that sound like right? Right? So that is where that comes from, right? It's from the Phrygian mode. So basically in order to when it comes to the modes, because they sound so much like either being in minor or major depending on how it shifts, there are certain chords that don't exist in the Ionian, which is the major, or the Aeolian, which is your natural minor, and there are chords that don't exist and that let you know that you're in another mode, right? And that you borrowed this chord from that mode, right? So just going from the one chord to the two chord. And natural minor, you can't do that and make that sound good. But from here, now that sounds good. And so you go from having that diminished sound to a major sound. So going from minor to major, right? And then again, whatever you do in one place, you can do it anywhere else. So if we were to go to D minor, right? What do we do? That's the D minor, right? So we have all of these here, here, and here. We go find our two and we flatten it. And now we have a D Phrygian. Right? So now we go, right? It could be replicated. Right? It can be replicated. So it's not as hard as you think, but it is going to take work. But once you have certain stuff, and each mode has maybe 2 to like 3 chords that aren't found in that natural minor or in the major, depending again on the mode. So you could use those chords to make things and identify, hey, we just changed modes for a second and then we came back. When you start to introduce 4, it doesn't sound as crazy, right? So doing triads, that's a nice sound, but when you add that 4th onto there, that 7th, remember, we have this too. So play, skip, play, skip, play, skip, play. That's gonna give you a seventh. Now you got a completely different sound, and you can start making some other stuff if you would like. Whoa, 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 whoa. Octavius in the building. Appreciate you stopping by. Yo, a gift sub to the Dark Queen. Thank you, man. How you doing this afternoon? My bad. I'm in my half lecture here. um, but yeah. So when you sit here and you hear me like creating this stuff, I don't mind going over. I'll usually try and pull up the piano roll so you guys can see what I'm doing, right? We'll talk about stuff like this. I usually do walkthroughs, and then when we get the beat together, for those of you that are interested, want to learn, right? I do audio engineering. I mix. I can master. Mainly on stream. I've just been doing mixing, but there was a time, some time back, where I was doing like everything in one swoop, and then the next day I would go back just make sure, right? Because I knew I was doing too much. But for the stream's sake, it was just like, no, do it all together and just like here, boom, right? But I can do that stuff. So those of you that are interested, got kick bass issues, if you got music and you just want me to check it out, or if you would like feedback on it, by all means, right? I've had several people stop by, say, hey, could you check out my music? They got it on Spotify, whatever. We'll put it up, we'll play, right? Give some feedback, that kind of stuff. Um, I don't mind. Music is what I love, but I don't I don't love the gossip that comes with music, right? Like I don't care who who Jay Z is cheating on Beyonce with. I you can y'all can have the gossip, right? But when it just comes to the music, I love the music. All right, so yeah, that's pretty much about it. So I do have a project that I'm working on, community project. The first one I did was a couple years back, so hey, we've elevated since then, right? But put it out, it was all like original beats. This time around, and I did, make that promise that we would take video game tracks and we would flip them, right? And we would make another playlist, and that would be stuff that people could play because I don't mind sampling like soul records and stuff like that, but the way these bots are on the platforms, right? They don't like that too much. The music industry don't like that too much, right? But when it comes to the games, we play a lot of the games, right? And so those composers, like if they didn't whitelist that stuff, we'd all be in trouble. The moment you were on stream to play a game, Twitch would like view, mute your entire VOD because copyright issue, right? So they're at least cool enough to let that be. And hey, cool. We've I've seen plenty of people do covers and things like that. It's been fine. They made remixes. It's been fine, unless it's like Nintendo. Nintendo might kill you, but everybody else has been pretty much cool. So I was like, you know what? Let's do that. And so I have started on it. I need to continue, but those who have requests can definitely say something, and I'm stringing together a playlist on YouTube. I cannot promise that because you requested it, something special will happen, right? But I can guarantee you that I will at least try to see what I could do, right? I wish I was like the master fixer that could just like, anything. I could anything. We'll just turn it into. I wish, right? But I'm not. I have my limits, so I'm willing to try. And hey, we either get it or we don't, and we move forward and we create this list, right? And then as far as my originals, those are for sale. So I'm starting to upload those to BeatStars and stuff like that. I did learn a lot too while I'm in Beat Club, and I got to show myself. So I've been mainly just kind of in the background, watching, peeping game, networking, right? Shout out to those that I've they've given me so much advice, right? So I guess see, doing great. Thanks. Don't let me interrupt. This is great. No problem, man. But I wasn't looking, and when I looked up, I seen you, and then I seen the gift sub, and I'm like, man, I'm just late, and I don't have any kind of alerts for it, so nothing like grab my attention and say, hey, once you get done with this sentence, stop, and you know. But I'll get there. Dang, what was I gonna say? Um, oh, the best advice that I could give you, since we're already talking about anything you do from at any point, right? Oh no, and it doesn't sound together. However, we can replicate, right? We could replicate the movements no matter where we start, as long as we know what we did to get there, right? So you see me playing. That's in our C major, right? But as soon as I go to C sharp major, I'm playing the same thing. It's the same movements, it's the same chords, right? But it's a different feeling and they're different notes. And then you could sorry, right? And it doesn't matter where you move it to, you're always able to replicate that chord progression or that sound because of the movements that you're making. So even though I'm practicing my 2-5-1s, right? You're looking, you're like, what is like going on? And quite simply, right? So we take our two notes here, and we just shift them over one. Note in the scale, I'll say, but if we're looking at the entirety, because we have other notes in between, right? We're taking 2 half steps, and we're taking 1 half step here. Just a half step, right? Now, for these 2 notes, you do the same thing. So we're going to take 2 half steps and 1. Okay, see how that works? Now, when we get here, well, how you get into, okay, well, you take your second and your fourth note here, right? Which would be your second and your fifth, right? Not your fourth. You won't be using this. You'll be using this, right? So, sorry. What you're gonna do is take those 2 notes, and you're gonna shift it up a half step. And then you follow the same pattern. It's a rinse and repeat, right? It's 3 movements. So 2, 1. Okay, 2 notes, 1. Or sorry, right? Then shift those 2 notes up a half step. The 2, 1, 2, 1. Shift half step. Sorry. Right? That's it. It's just a pattern. Right? So you don't even have to know what to call the notes. As long as you know the pattern, you're going to reach it. right? That's it. 2, 5, 1, shift. 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 2, 5, and now you're back to where you started. Then you start from C sharp minor, right? Because we started D minor, right? So C sharp minor, and same pattern. It doesn't change. Shift, shift. Sorry. Shift, shift. Up here. Shift. Right? And once you do that from C sharp, now you've done 2, 5, 1s in all 12 keys. And it's a very simple practice. And in doing so, you get to hear a lot and you get to learn a lot, right? Because while some music might actually just completely use a 2, 5, 1, right? Na 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 na, right? And it might just go on forever, and that could work, right? You could also so I just did a 2, 5, and 1 key, and then switched keys, and did a 2, 5, and another key, right? So now you can kind of mix and match these if you want to, and then get a little bit sophisticated in the melodies or the chord progressions that you're playing. And so now you got something right? So here, so right, and you could go down this thing if you wanted to. You could even and then I don't know what's wrong with me today. Like if you wanted to, right? You could finally end it off on B or whatever. But there's songs where you hear where it just rotates 2 and 5s through different keys, right? Okay, it's a 2, 5 progression, but we're taking different 2, 5s and we're still creating some kind of a story, right? We're still taking you somewhere, right? We're still taking you on a journey with music, right? And that's it. Um, it's simple stuff. Your brain probably explodes just from hearing it, but when it clicks, you'll realize it's actually very simple. And again, anything you do in one place, one point can be replicated at another point, as long as you understand what you did, right? So if you can make major key starting from C, then or a major scale, a minor scale, then you can make a minor scale starting from D, starting from E, right? Starting from F, same thing. You can do minor here or major, right? And it doesn't matter. And all it does is, depending on the key that you start from, right, you just get a different feeling. Nice, right? So this is in E major. What I'm playing right now is a 4, 5, 3, 6 progression. In other words, take your scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we're gonna play 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna form a chord off of 4. Sorry. Then we're gonna play 5, right? So our 5 is going to be here, right? We're sorry. I'm messing up here. Here we go. Sorry. So here's our 5, right? Then we're gonna play our 3. Okay. And then we're gonna play the 6, right? 4, 5, or 4, 5, 6. So from here, but playing like that is gonna sound really wild, right? So we play in a way where things are a little bit easier to reach and we don't have to jump so much. So let's start from our 4 in E major. What we're gonna do is we know what the notes that make up our 5, and so the easiest way we can play our 5, we have 2 options here. We can keep our thumb here and shift everything down 1 note in the scale, or we can omit that note and just play our 5 here, right? So to go and play our 3, that's too far of a jump, but we notice we're right next to our 3 here, right? There's our 3, and then our 6 is right here. So all we need to do, we know the notes that it consists of, just take our 2 notes here, move them over. Okay, and this is called a Royal Road progression, and it's found out east in Japan, right? Asia, and it's in a ton of your anime music, right? I'm not jumping around, right? Let's take it to C major, right? Let's say we're gonna transpose. Okay, well we know what it is. It's 4, 5, 3, 6, right? 4, 5, same thing. We just shifted it down a note, right? Making the same exact movements. Nothing's changing. Nothing changes. Anything you do from one point can be replicated on another point as long as you understand the moves that you made, right? As long as you understand the moves that you made, it can be replicated elsewhere. And then, you want to be a little fancy like me, we could try doing something. Right? And even all of that can still be replicated in another key as long as I understand what I did and what changed, right? It can be replicated. But the challenge is not in the knowing, it's in the doing. It's in the doing, which is why you have to practice. And people are like, this is so boring. Right. I understand how to make the scale. I just you gotta work for that part. That's the part you have to do. There's no shortcuts for that. Well, you have AI now. You can just say, hey, play me a 1, 3, 5, 4 on a D minor, and it'll hook you up. Hey, how's it going?
Amazing.
That was cool.
Good.
Got any homework?
Nope.
Any papers for me to sign?
Nope.
All
But there's also you have to sign those.
Okay.
Oh, also I have something to tell you later.
Okay. I'll be off. I'll be off here in a little bit. Okay.
All right.
All right. But that's pretty much it. Anything you do from anywhere you start, you can think of a beat you made and the way that melody was. I don't know. Okay, if you can understand what you just did, this can be replicated elsewhere, right? So that's why I always say, know how to create your scale. If you can create the scale, this will make it 100 times easier. Because once you have the scale, you number it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? And then this is 8. We're back to 1. So I played 1, 6, 4, 5. Now it doesn't matter where I go. So let's take. Okay, we're in F minor. So all I gotta do is play the 1, the 6, 4, 5. It's the same thing, but I'm going to get a different sound or a different tone, right? Because I'm starting on a different note, right? Maybe in this one I played, let's say I played it like this. Okay, I like those notes, I like the melody, but now I'm playing here, right? So let's take it and find another groove. Oh, sorry, wrong note. You can take something that you already played, play it in another key, different vibe, and give it a different cadence, and nobody cares. Literally, nobody cares. It's all of music, all right? That is a major pentatonic, so, right? Take your 1, 2, 3, your 5, your 6. It really just sounds really good, right? Right? You could sit right there in that pocket and play as you're changing bass notes, right? If you take this major pentatonic, take the last note and drop it, right? Now, this shape right here is a minor pentatonic. Okay, so that means you can be in a minor key. Don't ask me why. It just sounds really good, all right? But yeah, you could do that, or you could take it. Well, I guess for this, right? I guess that's what we should have did first. Okay, so we're going from major. Take this down. Boom. Now you have a shape like this. This is going to give you your minor. And what I did was I changed keys, but the key I changed to is wrong. So we will be in A minor, which A minor is the relative to C major. Why? Because A minor shares all of the same notes as C major. Okay, so are the relatives. Easy way to find the relative. Got two ways actually. Every major scale, doesn't matter what scale you start on. It's E flat major scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's always the sixth degree of the scale. Start from that note and play the scale. Same exact notes, and you're going to get the minor. It's always the sixth degree in a major scale, right? Also, the second way, just drop it down 2 notes in the scale because that's going to take you to the 6, right? 7, 6. And then play all of the notes in that major scale, starting from here. Right? And we start here with the major, and I take it down 2 notes in that scale, and then play. That is the minor, right? So if you know a major scale, you also know its minor. And if you know its minor, you also know its major. Let's say all you knew is how to create C minor. All you need to do is go to the third note, not the sixth note, the third note. 1, 2, 3, and then play the minor scale. Right? So you could have this, and I could start here. So I'm playing the major. Right? So I could have a, let's see if I can, let's say we're playing this, right? So you can definitely tell it's minor, but I'm starting the melody on a major scale, but it's blending in with the minor scale because they're relatives. It's like family, right? So, interesting things you can do when you're creating melodies, right? Okay, you're in a minor key. Do you have to start from the same place? Do you have to start, right? You can start from its major. Goes back to that reharmonization thing, right? But if I go down 2 to A, now I'm in the minor. Right? So we like that. So let's I'm playing major against a minor because we know the 6 is going to give us an A minor chord, right? And so you can mix and match to kind of balance emotions in this, and so you can get something that's like emotional instead of just completely off the wall extreme dark or completely too happy, right? So let's say, for instance, or let's play it down. So here's our 1, this would be our 4, this would be our 5. See how much different that sounds now? So we don't have, which kind of has this like, you know, kind of happy kind of tone to it, right? But we kind of balance that now by bringing in that like minor moody kind of thing. And now your 1, 4, 5 turns into, right? It's not the best piano I should be playing right now, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's move it up a little bit. Right? Now it's got something that's a little more. It's a little different, right? Nothing changed, really. This is still 145, but the way we blended the minor with the major, right? Right, and then you can, dress it up or something. Right? And there's so many different combinations and ways you can do things that you don't have to do it the way someone else does it. Even if they're like showing you, hey, because chord progressions are free, right? It's not illegal. Chord progressions have been used over and over and over and over since the beginning of time. There is one known chord progression, which is so long, right, that it actually has a copyright to it. If you run that same chord progression, you could get hit upside the head. That's all I'm gonna say, right? But it was done so long back, right? But that chord progression has that composer's name to it, right? That's a whole different thing. But these little like 4 bars, 2 bars, these 2 5 1s, like this stuff's not. It's not like you can't do it. Okay, and I already told you what you can replicate one place, you can replicate in another. So you've heard a particular progression being played in a different key. It's the same progression. It's a different instrument. It's the same progression. It's a different singer. It's the same progress. Like it doesn't matter. That part doesn't matter, right? You hear something, you like it. You're sitting back and a Beyonce song comes on and you're just in love with that chord. You're like, I gotta play that. I want to play that. Play it. Record it. It's not illegal. Just make sure the rest of your composition you didn't bite all of it, all right? You still gotta have 80% of the composition, at least, right? Be original, or you're gonna get hit upside the head. So don't go, oh yeah, I like this little Wayne track right here. I'm gonna okay, the chord progression. Okay, that's cool. All right, now I'm gonna also do this. What did he use? What was that sound he used? Okay, and he played it like what? Like don't do that. You'll get it upside the head, right? Clearly, you're copying, but there's no copyright on progressions. That's it's free, right? Otherwise, the people who originally first used those progressions, hitting everybody upside the head. They'll be the richest people in the world. Music is like the biggest. Stop it. So if you hear something that you like, learn it, look it up. What are the chords, the chord progression for, I don't know, Adele's Rolling in the Deep, whatever, right? Find it. You can play it. It's not illegal. Change it up if you want to. Maybe you don't want to play it that same way, but maybe you just like the notes and you would like to rearrange this or play it in a different way. Go ahead and do that. It's not a problem. That's why I don't mind showing you guys that stuff and teaching you guys that stuff, right? Use it. Use it. If you hear it, you like it, use it, right? Just make sure the rest of it, like, don't go so far as to copy every little nuance from the sound that they use to the. You're definitely going to get yourself in trouble, right? You're definitely going to find yourself in some legal trouble. Maybe not while you're not famous, but the moment you get big, they'll be like, wait a minute, ain't that the exact same instrument the whole way? Oh, this guy has to be stupid, right? You could get a knock on the door, right? Like, yeah, don't do that. But that's why I don't mind talking about that stuff, right? If you want to take a 1 3 4 5, right? I made a whole beat with that. Y'all watch me. If you thought that sounded good and you want to try your own version of it, go for it. Go for it. It's not illegal. I'm not gonna sit there and be like, look at this fool. I'm be like, okay, I see you learning. I see you learning. Let's go. Now what you gonna do with it? Now that's another level. What you gonna do with it? Was it Ice Cube? I could give it to you, but what you gonna do with it? Let's go. All right. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Find a key, any key. Okay, I don't care. C, D, F, G sharp. I don't care what it is. From that key, learn everything you can learn because of what I just said. Again, this was the best advice that was given to me. Find a key that you like. Okay. Take C. And you see, I use C minor a lot, right? Because I chose C as my key because I like C minor. But you can also learn C major. A key is one thing, that's just the note, right? The scale is another thing. If I say we're in the key of C, I'm not telling you C major, C minor, C Phrygian. I'm not telling you any scales. I'm just telling you what key we're in, right? It's only when you kind of hit the scale, you kind of start to close or limit the notes that are played, right? Because a C Phrygian has notes that you're not gonna find in Aeolian, which you're not really gonna find in major. Like there's just gonna be gaps here and there between these scales of notes that you can or can't use. But when you're in a key, all notes are available for you to use, and you just start to learn how to do different things, right? So these notes aren't in minor or C major, but we stepped outside. It's a trick we learn, right? One of the things you can do. And you go, what was that? We went from a 1, we went to a 7, and we created a dominant. Well, how did we do that? Well, let's take a look. If we go back in the scale, this is what we're playing. We have our little diminished here. And so all you have to do is take your 3 and your 5 and shift it up a half step, an instant dominant. Okay, that can be repeated. I don't care where you go. Here is D major. Okay, let's take it back 1. Here's our diminished here. And all we gotta do is take our 3 and our 5 and we shift it up half step. You're going to get the dominant sound. Okay, don't matter where you go, this always works. So it doesn't matter if you hear something or you're playing it in one and you want to move to another, just understand the moves that you're taking and you're going to get the same sound. It's repeatable, right? It's science. Science is so fun. I love this stuff, man. But yeah, so take a key, learn everything you can do in that key, because if you decide, okay, we're gonna make music and I'm gonna go into F today, I could be like, what was that progression? Okay, and then you go back 1, so and then what do? You shift them up half step. Okay, bam, it's done. It's instantly repeatable, right? You'll learn faster if you stay in one key, get familiar with forming the scale, making the chords in it, right? Playing with the chord progressions, because it doesn't matter when you go to another key. As soon as you're going to use that same scale, whatever it might be, major, minor, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, stay away from Locrian, Dorian, right? It doesn't matter. You know all of the tricks you can do, or where you can move, or where you can pull from, and how to do it, right? Once you understand how to do it, you can never find yourself lost. You go to play something, and you're like, whoops, sorry. Here we go. Like when I was playing this, right? So that's our little right. And so from here, if we start in C major, we can also continue to move, and we end up playing a 4. So a lot of times you'll hear a 2-5-1-4 progression. Sorry. It's that simple. It's that simple. We just don't do the shift. You just keep doing the same pattern. Like, really? This actually turns into the circle of fifths if you just keep going, right? So, it's really simple. understand what you can do in those within that one key, and then it can translate no matter where you go. I'm sorry. Right? Ooh, what was that? Right? Woo! Let's go. Right? So all of that stuff can be replicated, and it doesn't matter. Right? It can be replicated no matter where you go. You're playing with some colorful chords at the moment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm learning. It's definitely a struggle, and I'm only dealing with sevenths right now. I haven't begun to. Every now and then, I might find myself stepping into like a ninth or something. I might dip my toe in the in the extensions, but I have to get there. I have to get there to get anything to the way that I hear things. In order for me to be able to do it, I have to get to that point. Your 1, 3, your 5, and your 7 is pretty much basic. You have your triads, right? Then you have your sevenths, and that's its own thing. The moment you start going to your ninth, your 11th, and your 13th, this is what they call the extensions, right? Because you need two hands to be able to play them, right? I can get one hand and play the 1, the 3, the 5, and the 7. And if I really want to hurt my hand, I guess I can use this finger and we can have 5 here. But this is gonna be like crazy, right? So take your 1, your 2, your 3, and your 5. We don't use this, right? um, you have a bone that connects these two, which is why when you move one, the other wants to move with it, right? So because this finger has very little movement or room to move, it's easy to hurt yourself playing for long periods of time if you use this finger. So unless a note is like right next to the finger already, it's already there, then we don't use this finger to play. We play here, 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 here. These are the strongest. They're not connected, right? Strongest fingers, and then this is a good support, right? So go down, and that's how you play that. And the more you do it, it'll, you'll get stronger, or you can do little exercises, right? And you can get your fingers strong, but your pinky is pretty much going to be the finger you use, and not your ring finger, right? So that was another thing, and I'm still trying to get used to that, right? Because it is small too. So whenever you have to play like the black keys, right? You do have to kind of slide your fingers up so that you're able to reach them and not have to stretch your fingers out. And knowing that that's shorter, now your hands like all doing something weird. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Did I miss something? Said, oh yeah, my fingers hurt doing crazy chords. Yeah, if you try and use this, which hey look, first time sitting at keyboard, I'm like, it just feels better to do this, right? and you're playing, and sometimes you're trying to stretch, but you'll notice like as you're playing, like you just start feeling that pain, like right here, right? This you'll cause injury, right? So you stay away from it as much as possible. Now, if I'm playing, right, because the note is right next to it, then yes, it has to do very little work. Then I'll use it, right? Then you use it. You can look up videos on this too. They got like little 10-minute, 30-minute lectures. They'll go and break down all the bones and show you what it looks like and how it's connected. It's really interesting, right? The things I get into. But yeah, that's why when you see people play, they play like that, right? And they kind of leave this. It's not just like out, but they don't use it. They use these three and then they use their pinky, right? And that's how they can, sit there and play. And it's good support, right? It's very good support like that, and you'll get used to it. And you're like, okay, I feel like I'm more stable playing like that, but you realize your pinky needs a little more. I don't know, maybe do some pinky push-ups or something, man. Get those. Tell your pinky to get his weight up. But yeah. So take a key, practice all the things that you can within that key, and you'll realize once you want to move to another key that all that knowledge goes with you, right? So when I'm practicing, like now building music, right, I learn all the stuff that I can do in C or in C minor, right? So it doesn't matter now that I say, hey, I want to go play in F minor, right? All I have to do is remember that I went from the 1 to the 6, right? To the 4, to a 5, right? It's replicatable, right? And you're just gonna get a different feeling, right? That's all it is because you're starting on another note. That the tone or the vibe of what you're playing is going to change. If you don't know where to start, just say go to Google, type in like what are the most popular keys that songs are played in, and you'll see stuff like you'll have like B major or B flat major, or they'll tell you if you want to know what are popular like minor keys or whatever, right? Or I guess keys gonna be minor included. But if you just want to be specific, if you're like, okay, I like songs in B minor, then okay, start from there, right? But not only do you have B minor because you're in the key of B, you have B minor, B major, and everything in between, right? Learn, get familiar with it, right? Progressions, maybe learn a song or two in it or something like that, and then just understand the movements that you're making, etc., etc. And then what you'll notice is once you move to another key, click, 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 click. I have 37 moves I can do, right? Now I'm gonna utilize these, right? And we're gonna make something happen. Um, so the more you know, right, the better off you are. You can play. You can definitely make music without music theory. Okay, I'm currently trying to teach myself, but I'm proof of that, right? Eventually, though, you hit a wall. You hit a wall, and you're just sitting there. And you're constantly like, "Okay, that's not it. That's not it." You're not like if you just knew the basics, you would get infinitely further than you would knowing absolutely nothing at all and just trying to go off what you think. In this case, what you hear, right? Because that's going right to here, right? So, again, it's kind of that, like I say, kind of got to lead with this, not with this. This helps kind of put things into perspective, or say, hey, this is what you have to work with. That makes something happen, right? And then let the heart kind of feel. Let it fill it out. Okay. I like that. Yeah. Don't ask why my pinky is playing two notes. Alright, cool. Brain's like, wait a minute. Okay, I like what you're doing, but I noticed something. This and this. There's only one note difference. You know what? I got an idea. Let's take our last two notes. Let's shift them down. That's still C major 7. Now you want to go to that F major or F minor 7. It's 2 notes away, right? And it sounds cool, right? So to get back home, now. Not a lot of moving getting done. Right now, doing some of the cool stuff, right? Or maybe making a little quick, right, passing chords and stuff. Not so difficult because now you're not jumping, right, all over the place, and you're keeping it kind of contained, right? And so once you start seeing that, again, anything you do in one place can be replicated in another. So maybe you want to come here, 7, 6, right? Or no, sorry, we went 4. So 7, 6, 5, 4, right? And 6 and 5, right? Well, what do we do in C minor? Take these 2 notes and shift them down. So what does that look like? Same kind of sound, right? Different vibe. And now getting to the 4 is so easy. Right, come back. Sorry. Let's take from our harmonic minor. Okay, so this is in our natural minor, right? When we talk about the harmonic minor, we're basically taking our last note in the scale, our 7th, and we're raising it. We don't play this note anymore. It's non-existent in the harmonic minor scale. But everything else still exists. Sounds fancy. It's just a shift in the note in the scale. Right? just a shift. So with that note, when you go to make your chords, right? Every other note in the scale. So we go from a minor chord in our fifth to a major chord. Then of course we want to play this. So we get, right? So you might hear some stuff. That. Right? And so by just shifting one note, you can get a whole new thing. So let's say we want to play this and then go to our 5, but instead of when you're in a minor key, your 1, 4, and 5 are going to be minor as opposed to major in the major scale, right? So instead of that 5 being minor in a minor scale, we make it major. You can mix and match as well, so you don't have to say I can only use this. But in the harmonic minor scale, we were just going to set yourself there. Then yeah, you would omit this, but you can play both of them if you want to like borrow and just change for a second. You ever hear songs like that? Same thing. It's just that shift and it's borrowing and creating a chord that belongs to another scale, right? And temporarily, and then coming back. And that's it. That's it. So anything you do in one place, right, can easily be replicated. Right? So we take that minor 5, turn it to a major 5. Right? Bam. And always remember that you can take from the harmonic minor, which is just a sharp 7 basically, or your 7 raised, a half step, right? Right? And understand that you can borrow from that. So the first time that's our 7. But now we're gonna take that sharp 7. Right? And when you think about that, either use this, or you can take that 6, right, which has a lot more tension, or you could look at that as the major 5 instead of trying to form a chord off of or starting from the sharp 7, right? So by doing this is like inverting the 5, right? Same notes, just played at the bottom, 5 up top, right? So again, when you get to that point, like maybe if you want to, you could right, but that's a note that's available for you to use, you know. And that's it. A lot of this is just small little tweaks in either a major or a minor scale. And when you understand the tweak, right, and practice that, then everything gets crazy for you. So I got it. Appreciate it. I'm. It's a lot. It's a lot. But now that a lot of the stuff is clicking, and it's been a little while, so it's been time for things to kind of set in. And the best thing, like I said, find a key, just learn everything you can in that key. You will move exponentially faster than trying to learn one thing in one key and then learn another progression in like another key. Keep it in the same key, right? Keep it in the same key and then understand what happens. Build up all the knowledge you can, because as soon as you shift to another key, it all goes, right? Plus, you'll be comfortable with at least one key, and then you can move to another key and get comfortable in another key. Again, this is good for practice. You don't have to get up and just make 500 beats in one key. I'm not saying that, right? But that should be your home. Like, the majority of your music should be made in that key, because that's where you're learning, right? And you're gonna get things that are gonna inspire you and want you to create. So, again, a lot of my music, like I said, a lot of it you'll hear, and it's done in C minor, right? And I'm learning all this cool stuff that I can do. Right? I'm learning all of the stuff that I can do. And then it doesn't matter if I shift over to another key. If I play a minor scale in that key, I know everything that I can do. It'll make your life that much easier. So maybe playing a certain progression in one key just doesn't sound right. Like was it this? What did I do? What did I do? We ended up doing something along the lines of, here, let me see. What was it? I don't think that was it. So it went from 1 to 5. I think it was 4. Right? And as I was building the beat, I didn't like how it sounded. Like, it was good, but it wasn't bringing any kind of. I wish it was just. It had more. It was like something was missing. So we transposed it, right? And I'm listening to the key changes. We're going up a half step each time till something clicks, right? And that's how we ended up with this instead. Now, this hits a lot harder than me than hearing this in C minor. But all the moves I did was replicated. And now it sounds so much better. I got the emotion that I wanted from it, and right? And now I love this a whole lot more. And then all I had to do was just right? Now all I had to do was map out that scale and then make the same movements and understand what I could and what I couldn't do. Right, and you'll hear it here once we get to the chorus, because I have a piano that actually plays that, right? And so if you can create the scales, learn how to form the chords in each scale, number them, you can make sense of the Roman numerals, right? And then start learning different progressions that you can play, different ways you can play them. They don't have to be played together. If you play it like that, that's still considered a chord. It's just a broken chord, right? But all of those, that's all C minor 7, right? So when this gets played and I'm like, that's still playing a chord. It's just more melodically, right? Instead of together. Right? It's just, that's it. That's it. And now I like it in this key a lot better than the other, right? Even though we did transpose it and I didn't go out here and really play it in that key, the transposing was easier or quicker for me to kind of hear. And then once I found where I wanted to, I just mapped out the scale. And then from there, right, then you can start to kind of build the different chords off of it, and after that it's on you on how you want to do it. But now that you have the scale, now that you have the scale, and you know no matter what notes that you play, it's gonna sound good against it. It might not sound strong, but it's gonna sound good, okay? And then you find the strongest notes. Right? Then you figure out how you want to put that together. What instrument's gonna play what and when, and you're good to go. Like I said, just the basics. Learn how to make the scale. Learn how to form the chords at each scale. It's every other note, just telling you that now, right? But play it out, right? Get them. Then start arranging those chords. And then the melody, you already know the scale, so you can pick how you want to do that, right? Arrange. You will get infinitely further just learning how to create a major and a minor scale, how to form the chords in those scales. We're not even talking about going outside the key or doing nothing fancy, right? All of that's in key. Nothing outside of the scale. Right? Learn how to do that, you'll get infinitely further. The music you make will sound infinitely greater, better than currently doing without knowing anything except for the note names, right? Infinitely better. And then if you want to take it further, then that's for you. But if you just learn the basics, you'll get much further in music. With making music, maybe you might want to step into doing other genres and stuff, because now you can understand, oh shoot, yeah, you know, oh, you start getting all hyped up, right? Right? You start getting excited about wanting to do it, and there comes like this burst of inspiration, right? After a while, you probably get burnt out, right? But in the beginning, it's like, oh, I could do this, I could do that. Oh, okay, I didn't know you could do that, like, right? So if we're looking at right, right, then you end up with a I believe that's a Lydian. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but that's a Lydian scale where your fourth gets raised, but everything else stays the same, right? So you still have this major, and then it kind of, right? It has a different vibe to it, right? But you'll notice when you start forming the chords, what I just played, right? So we're not any longer playing a D minor in C major, but in Lydian, you have this major, right? Against that. So, right? You'll start figuring out, okay, whenever I'm playing in whatever, I can take my 2 chord and instead of making a minor, I can do a major, right? And so it doesn't matter, right? We could be in here, and I know instead of playing that minor, I can make it a major, right? Right? Totally different vibe now, right? Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Right? And you can go on about your way. But it does take time, right? I'm not saying you're gonna learn the song in a day, or what I'm saying right now, you're just gonna pick up and take it and run. But what I'm saying is it's really simple stuff, and this will take you leaps and bounds, right? Take you leaps and bounds, and all it's gonna take, time's gonna pass anyway. All it's gonna do is take you some time. So while the world's in chaos and burning in fire and people going to hell in a handbasket, you just focus on what you're supposed to be focused on, right? You don't want to get dragged in the basket, right? With the rest of them, right? Because it seems like evil's on a shopping spree, right? And just looking like, yeah, put you in the cart, yeah, put you in the cart. Just do your thing. You'll get so much further. Think you're an alien. And with that said, let me bounce out of here. Appreciate you guys for stopping by. We will still continue to work on this project. This is like a dragon, end of denial, flipped by yours truly. Remember, stay patient, remain diligent, and as always, be majestic. If you can develop the skills to keep calm, that's patience. Carry on, that's diligence. You too can achieve greatness. And with that, I'm out. Peace.